to wait every second, every day, to wait for you to hold my hand. And there is so much more to say. I could kiss you for a lifetime, stay awake to watch you sleep, fell in love with your sweet smile. You're my love and you're my life. You're my love and you're my life. You're my love and you're my life. It was so damn worth the pain. Sleepless nights and countless days. You're my sun after the rain. Oh babe, there's so much more to say. I protect you for a lifetime, keep you warm and keep you safe. Fell in love with your sweet eyes. You're the love of my life. You're my love and my You're the love of my life.
How's it going, Rainy? Let's see. Well, you're probably in month just ended mode now. I don't know if the end of year stuff is slacking off yet. Yes, that'll be where we were. Alright, so right now our issue is if we do that, well, right now it's not, but if we were to do that, oh, yeah, I've got this initial load thing. And this is just my development setup. It has to be some sort of ordering issue. Wait, why didn't I? Are we slightly off time and it actually and I've done things that make it actually fetch the data? Okay. I guess I broke something there. We're clearly getting these points. Oh, maybe I've only got those locked, but it was showing them earlier. Okay, now we've got the counts. So if we were to be so silly as to do that, we get like about maybe a third of the scroll bar down, which means like 500 search indexes we're going to fetch. Still lagged out. So if we clear that, well, of course some of these are cached. $578 requests. One answer here is probably don't actually do searches on one character. 2 gets a little bit more reasonable. Object typing. Okay, nothing get. What's the master index? Does a sort. Oh wait, model.servers, get ID, object index. Just straight up array. If string contains. Well, I guess what we really care about is how much we're fetching. We could, I mean, once we've got the list, just showing the list is not an issue. Require object search is probably it. So we've got span data selected circer focus object. No, that's the oh no, it's the map that's doing the detail stuff. But it's not going to have any information on that. So that's actually which highlight objects we send. And highlight objects is currently a model thing, which is actually kind of useful. Oh. I could default not select them when it's a short word. So we've got matching objects and selected matching objects. So that's the straight up toggle. Toggle all. Lock. And then set from list the IDs. So matching objects, selected matching objects. Oh, we've already got IDs here. I could even pick I could even pick another number cutoff there as far as initial matching. Initial selected. We are looking at the length of the ID list. It's a set from list. Now, what we really care about here is how many files we'd have to fetch. So actually, even if it's 100, it's probably going to be like maybe 30 or something. But I don't have that information here, I don't think. Set.from list IDs else. I've got another list.take. No, actually, we're just not going to select. We're just going to. Do you have an empty, or do you just do? Is there a set.empty? Yes, there is a set. Yes, we use that elsewhere. Right, but that's only going to be like, because we only got 20 at that point, so that's going to be nothing. We go back to there. All right, so that should actually get rid of most of our problems. And it's actually called show all. Oh, shh. There's none of those. Because if we send that over to the map, then the map is going to load it. So that's going to take care of most of the problems. So we've got the debounce, we've got number limit. I don't know if 100 is the right number. That's still going to be a lot of fetches, but it's not going to be 500. User can still check it if they really want to see it. So I guess that's a feature. Use the small feature. Then the issue is if you're interactively moving with that stuff selected. I don't know if... Well, I have very limited places with data. No, wait a minute. I was scrubbing through to find that stuff before. That's the locked objects. So is the issue just the bandwidth if we're going through all of the things with all of the objects? Oh, that's part of it. Okay, you correctly updated to 0. But that's not the only, that's only one kind of interactive span change, but that should cover most of them. That should be hitting some of the same mechanics. I guess there's this. Well, that's doing a different mode of display. Yeah, so that covers a very wide range, and yeah, so this is not making this react. So that's one thing. Oh. You know what? I probably wanted to leave these controls alone so we didn't mess with you too much. But that being out of sync could be a little bit of an issue. Well, I mean, this is its own thing. That's its own thing. I'm pretty sure that's being sent back. Yeah, it's affecting our time code. So that is some sort of event. Which event is it? Is this not part of the leaflet module? Oh no, because the time bar is back in my land now. Let's see, it's going to be a POSIX, start time, map time. Maybe that'll just be map time, I think. Okay, yeah, that's all it's doing. Which maybe that's partly intentional for like when we're playing forward in time. Well, no. So play is doing something different. Well, play is the start. It's not playing. It's not a view operation. Play relative to current time. Playback. All right, so the map time must be a user-initiated drag. We're getting a delta time. And dealing with wraparound and things. All right, so if I did change, like course start time, then we do a set time, which can do a lot of things. Oh, set time is probably potentially manipulating the range. And we don't want moving within here to change the range we're moving within. So scrubbing around there, yeah, scrubbing through there is going to change arcs. So I might need to have two variants of this. One where we just update the current span and arc, and one where we are potentially using that to set our time range. And this might be something we just want to rough in, because this whole time range thing is one of those things that's kind of up soon to get completely redone. So arc for time, span. We don't want to rearrange based on that. Bye, Firefox. That was random. It's like I wasn't even touching it. So time range, animatable, animatable. So this thing, we're not going to want this to do, well, if we scrub through a span that's not animatable. But we probably, if it's not technically animatable, we probably shouldn't be just dropping the user out of that mode. So this is going to be like set time and range and just set time, which is a little bit unfortunate. Okay, so yes, these operations will update it, but scrubbing does not have the possibility to do that. Oh, playing, if you put it into play mode, then the playback could do it too. Yeah, you're not updating any of our local spanner arc information. Well, why did I need to do that? This was mostly in response to interactive sets. Current arc, span data. Time range data animated is probably gonna have to follow from things that manipulated the range itself because it's checking in range. Would I want this to be set time and set range? I think the problem here, well, we have a model current arc, so we can get that back. Of course, we call this function a lot. To any of these kind of like UI interactive things. Well, it's like 4 or 5, and just having an extra step there that... oh, of course, this is doing the model map time change check. If we break that into 2 operations, then that is been done. And we would have to redo all of this stuff, regardless if that had changed or not. Okay, so for the interactive ones, that might be fine. What are you? You are select arc. So that's an interactive selection again. Yeah, so these are all interactive. How often do we call this? Or that's true. That doesn't do it. Oh, okay, so once. And then the other thing would be... Okay, wait, you were kind of at end. Oh, you play again, so we drag, we play. That doesn't happen very often. No, we're still in objects. Okay, that didn't do it. So that short circuit, I think that was more important when we actually had the time messages coming from Leaflet and there was kind of a loop back effect. This is not going to change us very much. Although maybe when it did happen, there's a potential for an event loop back. But that was like right at the end of Yeah, we went back in time to where there was no arcs. That's actually accurate. It was at the end of some kind of drag. Oh, and that put us onto server 1, so of course we have no arc data. Okay, we hit it a little bit going through here. It's like a change, but not a change. So if we go through time range as a separate operation, it'd basically be these two things that could possibly get updated. And this is basically just multiple triggers during interactive dragging, so that's not too big. Oh, I guess I didn't really try doing this. Yeah, it's map stuff. There's that. Those shouldn't really do anything. And that's really affect time. So if we pull you out, complication, current time, showtime notice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to thread it. You see, you're a model only update. But you're gonna be using you in an environment where we have already done our events. Oh, that's using. Oh, that's using current time as the fallback if there's no field there. Okay, so animatable does have a current time value, but by then that will be model map time. Except model map time is a maybe. Well, I guess that could be map 2. All right, so that stuff will be calculated to the model. Model.time range else model.current arc. Animatable is time range. Well, we can't just flow it through then because the map 2 makes it a little bit weird. And span data is a separate thing. You have no commands. If I did it all inline, it would be like model dot map time. Then we drop this out of here, and this out of here. Okay, it compiles. And then it's pretty much, I have to figure out, I think I have a little operation that says, we have a model command message. Model command message. This is just a model. But it's after a model command. Okay. Map model. All right, so we have a function. We have a model command. And we want to be f of the model and the command unchanged. That by itself does not type check. And that's add update. And then we have to return this again. All right, so set time. Play relative to. And select arc. You get once again, another interactive operation. Now you did show up. All right, so by default, we load up, we have about a 24-hour period. If we do something in here, we've got a different, this is a very large period. Did we select the arc? Oh, yeah, arc to range, okay. And that should follow from most of these things. Oops, we did that in interactive mode. And arc, I mean, we need to fix the syncing with that. That you would actually expect to be setting that. Oh. Maybe we just landed on a very small arc. Yeah, okay. I think that's okay. Are there any other places that we do time range stuff? That is our time selection for time. Well, this is updating the other things. Actually, is time selection for time? Well, this is affecting time range. This is like if we jump into the middle of nowhere. Select matching life. Leaflet.data range. Right, because you get the life data and send it back to us. Model.time. No, not model.current time. You're just... That is current arc. There's a conditional in there I'm not sure about. Time range is nothing. When we get our span... And time selection for time. I guess this is kind of close, except I just don't want to mess with the range. Oh, but this does... current arc, course arc. It doesn't set like course time, unless... No, that's nothing. Yeah, that doesn't actually do that either. All right, so from a map time event, which is user dragged, and this we can get inside of here, so it's just that set time range. Well, let's set time is going to do current time, right? Oh, okay. So problem. Set time is for major movements and does the notice. So I think we're going to need, maybe turn this back into like jump time. Jump time and scrub time. We just pull out a completely separate function that does what we actually need. We can go ahead and leave set time range out for possible future factoring, but it would probably go back into jump. Because like that range could go anywhere. This is kind of a set time, but I want to get the idea that this is something where we're going to kind of jump around or make a major event of it. right, and then we can actually get this into here now because it's just a model operation. And then we want a variant. Which I guess probably a good thing to have, even if it's only used in one place. So you're not going to set the range. And we're not going to do a notice for you, because we're not jumping to someplace unexpected. We do, however, have to update the indexes. Now, what did I change here? We didn't set the range, and we didn't do the notice. So jump is kind of a scrub, a time range, and a notice. I don't know if this flows very well because we have to start doing all the update things. So scrub time updates that. I mean, we have to do the map model now. Set time range. That stuff's already there. And this is like an add command. Caps lock. That will always show even if the time didn't change. But we only we have only seen that show up in interactive situations where we're already moving stuff anyway. This is model command message. Needs to be a function. Oh, we didn't move that. Arguments command message, but the O needs to be oh. Is that and command maybe? No. That is a thing that derives from the model. Add an update. They've already got add command and command. And all of these could use better names. And I guess I could put in identity. No, identity passes through. This is like throw it away and it's always. Throw it away and return something else. Command, we need the parts. Oh. And it's kind of like that. Yeah, command. Oh, you actually don't like your type signature. Oh, we forgot to do the return type again. All right, so we've got a time range around there. Oh, I guess this is the scrub also. But I don't have anything to look at right now. We have very, very limited times that we need to get what? Around mid-December? Okay, so the thing we weren't seeing was this updating. And actually, you should have already had counts. Okay, so we can see data. You are not updating with the counts of these things. Oh. Oh, you think you've already loaded it? Okay, a little tiny window there. So that suggests our span data is not getting cleared. All right, so if we do this one, Oh, it jumped into the next span. Yep. I don't necessarily need all the detail right now. I need that. Yeah, we are all messed up right now. So scrub time is where we move the thing that actually maybe updated span data. Okay, there. Time selection for time also does that. You are what? Server list. Okay, your response to server list. That's only startup. Require object search index can do it. Require object search can, well, that updates it. Focus location. That's using span data. Span list should only be a startup thing. That's updating it. 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 That should be the main place we're doing it. Now this might have something to do with the reason it sometimes comes up. Oh, this is mspan. Comes up blank on start. Okay, well, this time we got nothing. I find it hard to believe that neither of those ever fired. Okay, you've got a time check on you. Okay, so this is... We might have gone to this branch, depending on data order. So that would explain why there was nothing here. Scrub time. And you never called jump time, which is all like interactive stuff. Oh, span list received also did it. Okay, well, okay, now compiled. All right, so the blank state here is we're doing span data. We got the span for the current time. Didn't trigger any loading. We don't have a search right now, and maybe that actually did update the object search index and searched for nothing. So if we do U, we have stuff. And this is, that might be not a span. Okay, we're getting lots and lots of updates from scrub time here. That should be leaving it alone. Yeah, so this is a no-op if it's not different. And that's all saying it's all the same value, even though... Right, because we're in time mode. If we take us ourselves out of here, there's no index. Scrub time gives the thing that's blank on all accounts. Not requested. These should actually be failed, but it's not gonna... we don't have a print on that. So the map gets the data. Okay. Of course, now it works. So that's... so scrubbing there should have set this to arc mode. Oh. Well. Okay, it did work. Why is scrub time getting nothing? Because it's a maybe map of the current span data. So if we ever go to somewhere where that's not, it becomes nothing. We set it back to nothing, and this is never going to correct that. Well, if we had no span... I can't with default into a thing that's a maybe. All right, well, I guess we can't be fancy here. Case model.span data. Actually, we're just gonna have the easier case here. If it is just... well, we're calling it mspan, so... it's nothing. If it's nothing, then we want to map... then we do have mspan data. Then it's just going to be mspan, which it either is or isn't. If it is span data, then we have to case of mspan. No, this is an of. And that is either just... there's a problem with... now you're a span. Then... else... and if the new span is nothing... actually, should that set to nothing, nothing? If there's no span for time, I guess so. Now, open question. Do I want to reverse the nesting of those? Because this is basically a map. We just have to do the whole function thing. And you're of M-span. We could put the case inside of there so we didn't have to switch off on it. Maybe like M-span map. What's their high level logic here? Our high level logic is we only want to change this if it's different. But they are different data types. So you can't just compare them. You know what? They're both maybes. So it's either, it could be just end, or some combination of nothing. That would make them not equal. And if they're ever not equal, then we want to do the new one, even if it's nothing, because we just selected a null period. But that's like two. Well, no, it's two maybes. We don't have to default them out. If they are equal, then we maintain. But I had this inside a map before, so we had the raw data. And the maybe map was taking care. Okay, so you're a maybe, all of that stuff. So then this becomes a maybe dot map as span data over M-span. So there's no span, span data is nothing. If they are equal, we can keep what we had. MapBB. All right, so what was our test case? Right. We get into the period, and actually this will set arc. Around 1218. Oh, and have a search term so we can identify it easier. Then we go into here and we watch this screen. I might want to separately cache the indexes. Because you could go scrubbing through here and end up requesting a bunch of these. Object data, it's going to be high volume, so I think we just have to deal with that. Yeah, if you've got a search up and you're scrubbing through, then I think the map layer is kind of caching things more at a file level, so that at least seems to be updating. All right, so we've got scrub time. We've got time selection for time. I guess it's the span data equals. Those are all updates from the span list. I mean, well, the browser is probably doing some caching. Well, okay, so this server might not be allowing caching. We have the debug tools open. Okay, so those are cached from before. Okay, the races are a little bit disturbing. So why were all of these request headers? And this is 399 bytes. No cache control. Oh, those are the 404s. Okay. Yeah, so the server's probably not doing those, and those will go away over time. When there's data, it's cached. Okay. Well, unfortunately, we do need that for code things. Just to be safe. So there is some browser caching going on. So maybe we hope that time scrubbing with a search isn't a common thing. Rework set time to support. Changing span data as we scrub. Directive span changes. That fixes the UI to at least work. And maybe this was a question about how often we loaded stuff. One of the things I might want to do is put some of these things into a like time limited queue. Particularly the object search, the individual objects data. I don't think that works very well with the current structure I've got, though. I could treat that as an pure optimization issue. Object point overlay. Key placement point, but this gets a particular type of object. So you were made with that. You were a tile key with a key placement cache. An index tile data cache. So it's the index. Then you have a data cache, which you should have gotten. Okay, now you're a two-part thing. Here's a decoder off of tile data cache. No, because there's like a promise.all somewhere here. Indexed tile data cache. Okay, we skipped you earlier. Anyway, we're looking at that, I guess. Inline highlight objects. So right now, we assume I guess this progressively loading things would be redrawing them more often. We assume that we're gonna fire off a promise, and when it comes back, we're gonna have everything we need. So that's gonna be a major structural shift. I think I might need more evidence that's an actual problem. Right, limit let's see, progressive loading needs rework of tile data loading. It is all one big promise. And that's just a node update, right? And we're going to call this done-ish for now. Have I done that yet? Okay, I think it was actually Flint that mostly showed up in the tutorial. So we're going to need a control. I guess we probably got enough space for it. Space for the label could be a little bit complicated. Header items. Does previous next buttons include the count? Yes, it does. So we've got button. This is going, is it called a checkbox? Yes. So that was, actually what we should probably grab is show all. That's going to have a similar kind of effect. We're going to need more data in here, though. Is checked maybe also? On change maybe. Oh, you always have a message. You always have a message. Let's see, select, oh, that was done as, that thing was itself a maybe. Select maximum objects. On change message. Oh, you are always. Element message, but oh, because this never sent messages before. Oh, you already had a tagger. Right, because it's two different lists. All right, well, I need a short break. I'll be back in a bit. Okay.
Crashed.
Well, that might be why the vehicle stopped glitching out. It's still kind of doing this slow pirouette through the air.
Because oh wow. And somebody died in the sky. Awesome.
All right, I've still not returned to normal gravity, although I was able to get into it.
This is worth a screenshot, isn't it?
There we go. Oh shit. Shit. Uh-oh. Yeah, run away. Am I?
My apartment is now a single room, so it's not such a concern. This is why I don't want them idling in the cold biomes.
And so let's do an experimental bite here. See how it tastes. All right. Oh my god. I quit. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, the garlic is so strong. And the broccoli and the.
Welcome back. All right, so you're getting one message because we use this in two places. This is really going to be an application-wide thing, so it doesn't have to be that. It's all the same kind of message. That was just because we could. What are you complaining about? Oh, the thing calling it was also able to do that trick. So there's going to be... Oh no, maybe this gets called with two different things. Any day, compiler. No, it still thinks there's a problem somewhere. Did I miss one? Maybe is there two calls to this? Show browse item. Oh, because that thing... Huh. Show browse items. So that's a specific calling a general. Well, a specific calling a general should be fine. I guess because that is a specific type of tagger. But that's the whole point of general functions. They could take a thing that could be anything. Well, okay, so it's the return type is the issue. But like we took this thing that was general and put it into, you know, like your element message. Of course, because all the A's matched. The body is the type annotation on show browse. Oh, show browse items. Right, we missed one. There we go. Yeah, that's way the heck too big. There's just kind of not enough space there to actually say what this does. Let's add like an entire row for it. Is this the spacing that's affecting this? Okay, it is. All right, so what did I have to do to get this to default to this view? Okay, that was the initial object search. Focus object. Initial object search. Did I add item ID hover? 135. And then what do we have to do? That says we have a focus object. Something is knocking that out. Is it just because we have no browse locations? Oh, browse locations moved anyway. No. See, it doesn't have a search term, but maybe it's trying to update that. Also, why do we only have two locked? Oh, there we go. Hadn't compiled yet. Oh, that's Flint chip though. The thing that's actually in the tutorial is 133. Okay. No. I guess I gotta work on some of the state first, then we can get a message going. So we'll need a model field. It's gonna at least have room for a proper name. Should this be exclude or include? I mean, technically, the thing we are doing is a operation on the data to do the exclude, but the way we're presenting it is a Boolean that's like include tutorial. And the behavior we want to change is to try that out. Actually, this is probably going to be all of them in this case. And I also have to get the option for that down to the view. So, like object search, I might not be doing any processing here right now. No, I want to be able to switch this not back and forth easily. So it's going to be kind of a pure display thing. So I might be kind of passing this down anyway. Let's say browse item. Yeah, you're going to have to go down here anyway. But you don't even have a model. So we have to go down here first. You've got a model. Of course, now this thing's argument list is getting huge. It was so simple before. All right, show browse locations. This is calling show browse items. Oh, show browse locations and show browse placements. With an even longer argument list. Browse, probably tutorial. So that can get you down to the previous next buttons. Zipper map to list. That is a map. I don't think I have a filter yet. But if I did, it would be producing a new zipper. So at that point, we actually have to map this to list so we can filter it. Which means we have to make that entire list. It's like we only want to do the filter if we're applying that. But you can't easily chain that. Well, I guess what you could do is that. Let's do a structure check on that. I think that compiled. Okay. We could prove if that's working since it is false. Okay. Oh, no, it is not passing. Zipper browse location. Browse probably... What? Who's doing positional arguments? You're doing... Oh, we also need you to... Did I... Does show browse items take? Items and locations. Okay, so we put this in the wrong spot. Show browse locations. Show browse placements. That was in the right spot. So this is over 5 million. So item. Oh, this is a problem. That's not generic. To keep that generic, the easiest way would be to pass another function that did the test. That function would itself include the probably tutorial flag, which of course we need here for the Boolean anyway, for the checkbox. Let's see, most of this stuff ends up coming from these. There's placement, browse location detail, so browse placement detail. All right, we can do some other stuff to set this up. It's going to be, so if you do header label, let's see, we want to filter it for things that are not in tutorial in this case, actually. Which is a really annoying way of putting that. That's confusing. You kind of get into the double negative scenario. In tutorial. And then we'd actually have to knot it on the other end. Or I guess this is really just selection filter. No, because we're doing a pre-check. Decide if we even want to do that list filter. Well, it can't be a totally generic thing. Oh, but the price of doing that is that now we have to do not. I could do this that way. Reads a little bit better, even though it's not necessarily processing order. Okay, and we said false. All right, so browse location in tutorial. Browse location to a bool. And I think this is available. We don't actually need the other things. This is just x less than 6. Okay, this is in tutorial. Browse location placement. Your XYT, which we don't actually care about the other things. Okay, that's farther up than I thought. Okay, this is actually kind of expected for Flint. What I also need to do is update the count here. So we are in locations, not placements. So this would be, if we do an always false, does that feel different? This is where having a checkbox would probably be handy. But of course we're here, and now we're actually looking at something that can... Oh, actually, no, that list was there, which means that did do... We don't know if it actually... Oh, yep, actually, nope, there's the X coordinates. So it's not actually very much, but I believe that did work. Another thing we want to do is update the count. Which is a little bit of a problem. Because that means we need to do the filter up here. So you're working directly with a zipper. Of course, what I'm doing right now is passing the current thing instead of sending a message that's like next and previous, which would continue. Ooh. Yeah, that actually changes the concept of next and previous. It's not just display. Do I want to pre-filter that list and store it in the model? That makes the zipper work real nice. We'd have to have a separate storage for the current list where the filter had already been applied. We go back forward in that. If you change it, that changes the object, probably resets your position. Otherwise, our next and previous, alternately next and previous have to basically apply the filter condition as they go. And scan through. Now, those actually don't happen very often. But I'd probably need to boot the probably want to boot that back to the main app to actually do the next and previous. All right, sub goal here, get the filtered count. That becomes easier when we have that as an actual list instead of this sort of virtual thing. We have to, we can probably set it up so we filter it, then go into the view processing. That gets past the straight up list. If it's just next and previous operations, it doesn't have to care that it's a zipper or that what actually is previous and next. And length is an ordinary operation, so that could turn into a list. Right, that got the raw items. Right, so this is the elements derived from the items. So we'd have to like let the filtered list. So that in and of itself doesn't require, just next and previous is going to be broken until we fix that. of course, now we've got the whole naming issue. Does header actually use its argument? You're a generic function, aren't you? No, just that I guess headers in general will do things like show the count. All right, so yeah, I kind of add this on the end. No, well, you deconstruct it, so you're fine. So items was the zipper that we deconstructed from there. This is... Oh, that's a different data type. Oh, actually, we can't swap you out until we change that type, because that's doing zipper operations to it. And you're the thing doing the count. All right, how big of a pain is... Let's see, so what is that? That is a tagger. Oh, does this have... This might have to be different for each type. Select browse placement, select browse location. That's why it's a pain. Yeah, it is zipper go to. And we still have this operation because you can still click on an item. I guess I could just pass the count in. As if it needed more arguments. That's the only reason it needed the items. No, it also needed them for the buttons. Now I'm wondering if there's a way I could change it so that going to, or that operations on the list aren't so complicated. It's kind of because it's a deeply nested structure. But if I make this next and previous and show browse item, yeah, it's one tagger that works for everything. Unless it's like there's one tagger and that takes like a sub item that includes next, previous, and current, but even then you have to deal with variable. Yeah, because what if it's a variable type? I guess if there was just next and just previous, it could be interpreted based on what our current mode is. At some point, we still have to do all of this junk, though. Span data, browse locations, and then it's browse locations or browse placements. Model focus object maybe map of ID. There would be any way to express an operation that's over either of those fields. I don't know if there's a way. Well, you can have an explicit function for assign and an explicit function for fetch. If those are called lenses in some scenarios. Oh, you're actually doing some different things. Like assigning map time. Just a data update that's a pain in the butt. Well, we could use the zipper current to get all of that consequence stuff. Could I have a function of a zipper operation for these two? I could define the individual apply zipper operation things. Then previous and next become a little bit more concise. The little focus operation here still has to break that out to do time and location. So that's still a separate thing. Is a function from a zipper of, when it was browse location in this case. I'd need to do source and target lenses to make that more generic. Model span data. I mean, I could probably do a map span data too if you come right down to it. Since that's kind of a thing. Well, map it in the model, which is where it usually is. With a function of span data. So some of this goes up here. Model span data equals model.span data, maybe dot map. Let's browse locations. That's not much, but it cuts out a layer here. Although this is maybe an interesting thing. So span data equals span data. This is more specific browse locations. So this has to be like span data and then, does that really save us that much? And it's annoying, but kind of no. And there's your function of span data, so. Oh, this is assuming our current focus object. Well, it compiles. Okay, so we've typoed something. It made it think there's two different fields. I'm actually calling this anywhere. Browse placement, model model, browse placements. Aha. All right, so the internals of this thing become map browse locations. This becomes our zipper.goTo location. And that should be our model update. It gets a little bit more complicated in placement. You're a function of model. I guess the easier way to do this and trying to do a model update on it would be to do the map time. And then apply that to map browse placements. Zipper.goTo placement. And for parity here, we could do model. And it has to be exposed. Now, do we do anything else like that? Model update span data dict.insert. Yeah, that's a slightly higher level operation than what we've mapped. Dict.insert. That's explicitly handling some of the other cases. As well as both the maybe and the remote data. And it's also a dict insert. Yeah, so the slightly one level up dictionary operations are where it's a dict.update. as we dictate inserts of various kind. And this is doing so, let's see, so span data, browse locations, if nothing. Oh, at this ID, if nothing. If there's then there's the whole focus location thing we just called out to. If there's a span data upper, that's just a span data update. Which we've already pulled the span data out somewhere up above here. Yeah, map 3. That's a span data update. It's a browse location update. So if we did it directly on like a map of browse locations. Then that would just be the you just pass like the dict insert blah blah blah. Dict insert blah blah blah. Dict insert blah blah blah. Dict insert blah 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 blah. But we already took out doing a dict update. Peeling through all this stuff. So the maybe map is to deal with, well, that's part of the update basically. Deal with the possibility that it's not there, but maintain that status. Remote data is if it might be in the process of being fetched or not fetched. Oh, and that has to get focus object to get current ID to update that. You do, it's just we did it once, we just did a big map up at top. And you have the ID explicitly passed in there. So we could hit more stuff if we did it as span data, browse location, span data placements. And once we were down there, well, if that was a map function and we did maybe that with default is really for the focus object. So if that was just a function of the browse locations, that would be just whatever you got as your map. So you could probably do like a browse update kind of thing. You get a little bit of this because that's going to be your function signature, right? But instead of model to model, you are a zipper of. Oh, you're. Yep, you're not specific. Browse update. Oh, you're doing model focus object. To deal with all the maybe junk in there, we'd probably have to pass that maybe in. We do that. All right. Browse zipper A. It wants to be dict comparable remote data zipper A. Right. So that's what it has to be. So this should be dict of object ID. Remote data. Did I have a subsignature for this? Data.object search index. Or is that something else? Browse locations, dict object ID remote data zipper browse location. What a monster. Okay, so that's all of this stuff. Browse update of the function we got and the model focus object and the span data dot browse placements here. All right, now. No. So that is. So browse update. Model we should have. That's whatever operation. So if we could turn these, let's keep that around for just a bit. Turn this, well, now we have this type signature, right? Because you're an operation on this. Well, no, you're an operation on model. You have a function that is that. And is then model to model. Of course, this doesn't match yet. So your F is there. Oh, you're going to be of a specific type. Argument is maybe span data. Oh, right. No. We haven't touched the original function. How it's called isn't going to affect us. That looks like a bunch of model stuff. You don't take a model. Oh. Yeah, you are of a model, but model includes this stuff. So browse location should be a data remote data of zipper. And in these cases, this is going to be a specific function. Span data, maybe map. Piping into a function that expects. Base, browse location, browse placements. That's a span data. Zip array, browse placement. Yep. Okay. Does this one have to be specific? Okay, so that one has to be specific because we're giving it specific types. All right. Browse locations 2. And I guess our question then is, can we say with browse update, well, this can be zipper, like zipper.next, right? Now you see, you had to have a focus object. I guess we're just worried about type signatures right now. That just means there is something that satisfies that. And you are going to be an argument, any function of the model. This would be foo model to model. Okay. So that means we replace these. See, the places we're currently calling these. Do I want to expose a function that does all of that for me? So this is I'm calling it map browse placements, but it's a it's like to the current. Yeah, that was model. We had model focus objects. That was fine. Map focus browse placements. And take over that function. That's focus browse locations. Your placements. And if we do that, that gives us a drop-in replacement for the function we've been doing here. Model.focus object. That focus browse location is not followed by a definition. Okay, so that should be a drop in for the function we're removing. And at the moment, map browse update, and if we do that, map browse update doesn't have to be exposed. All right, so map browse locations, map focus browse locations. These don't be new exposes. Map UI is going to be very unhappy about that. Oh, I left a 2 in there. I mean, I left a 2 in here. All right, and then we had all the places we were doing browse locations. So model span data equals, and this will get the dict. Dict.insert ID of that. Argument is model. Okay, so you need the model. Which at this point we could just do this. Yep. Who's off? You're in 2, so you were off to begin with. Okay, that is doing some other stuff that we don't update as often. Browse locations. This is another dict insert. Dict insert failed. Dict insert ID. Failed error. Dict insert loading. But we already partly in something here. We're already partly in something here. So that have to be a little bit more careful with that one. All right, browse placements equals map browse locations. Well, that's the failed. And then browse locations. Zipper construct. Focus placement. Zipper construct, head tail. Maybe I should even be having things like, you know, browse location insert and browse placement insert. All right, and there is insert loading, but this is the place we've mapped all this down. So those are all the references that we basically just encapsulated. Oh, nope, not quite. And you're actually doing some slightly more interesting things depending on what we'd got here. So if nothing, set it to loading. And this is a set, not a transfer. If span data.browse placements is nothing, then set it to just. Yeah, the browse placements field of the span data. Which we already maybeed, so it is a just. Now wait a minute. If span, oh, dict.get. If that is nothing. This is not quite the same. Because this is saying if it's not loaded, loaded. If it is loaded, focus on it. And if there's something there, but it's not data, ignore it. Yeah, so we're just doing like a maybe map inside of our other functions. This is a little bit more specific. Browse placements equals transform of browse placements. I could technically use those operations. Just to make this a little bit less noisy. I just have to re-maybe them. Oh, and ID has already been unmaybeed too. Fetch log object search, fetch object key search. Okay, so we're doing different. Wow. Firefox is super crashy today. I guess it did an update or something. All right, and all of this was why. Because we were wanting to make it tractable to do previous and next here. You still got a little bit of stuff going on. Oh, but once we do that, or once that is more separately expressible, then the focus part could maybe be moved out. Okay, so that's an exact location. When we require object search and we have data, focus on it. So there's the select, which includes user selection. Which actually, that doesn't need to do a go to because it is the current item. Construct head, tail, focus, location, head. So that one would actually be fine. That probably does need to do the go to. That is asking for the current. So that's exactly what a more dedicated focus location would do. Just get the current. So the places that we want, and in the one place right past head, that was current. The places where we want to do that is select. That's going to be constructed brand new. That's going to be the current. That is the current. But the current one is a function of the model. And then focus placement should look very similar. And then all of the other places where we do that, okay, that didn't quite work out. Map, focus, but I didn't capitalize this. Focus, browse, placements. Okay, yeah, what did we typo here? Placements. Focus placement, focus placement, focus placement. So then you don't need to do this at all. You do have your time update. Oh, yeah, it's still function of model. So then we take this. Oh, we're going to have to do a little let n block, though. Do we need the whole thing anywhere there? I don't think we need the whole thing anywhere there. Can we do it this way? Oh. But now we have to burrow all the way down there. So that still works for you. Yeah. It's kind of just a little optimization because we always have it at hand. Because otherwise we have to go model to maybe span data to is this current item exist at 2 levels to get the current item. We don't need this little alias, though. However, if I do, the point of this was to make next and previous easy. Well, those have to burrow down to the zipper anyway. But we've got that all encapsulated. Into just a zipper operation. Which means we don't really have a good place to pull it out. And this is itself a wrapper around the go-to. In order to get an easy focus selection to use with all the possible different options we could end up with, we need to have focus burrow down to the current item. So we can use that, and all of that could fail, so we just default to model command none. And why were we having trouble with this again? Right, because we wanted to get the count. So we wanted to pass the list into here. The list doesn't know about previous and next. We turn this into generic previous and next messages. Then we don't have to deal with the separate identity of list versus zipper. We still have the question of what happens if you next and previous in a filtered zipper. This was supposed to be such a simple little option. I might have to back out of the tutorial option itself. I mean, some of the refactoring has some potential applications. But that's turning into quite a trial. Well, we're sorting these, right? Well, we're why sorting them right now, I think. So actually nobody touched Flint in the tutorial. Oh no, I am pre-applying, I'm always applying the filter. In tutorial. So you're all in there. I think it's why sorted in the tutorial all happens to be up higher. But that's kind of accidental. All right, so the count has an easy workaround. We just pass the number in. We have to be cognizant of the flag. When we... I see that's next in previous. I was going to say we handle it in the go-to. But that's like a filtered go-to. Go-to next matching. Or maybe that's like the previous and next matching. I mean, doing it in view, which means you'd have to have the filter function. Or we just set up the functions to, well, we're not guaranteed. If we set up a function to query for the current location, we're not guaranteed to get a location. I need to fix my header anchoring too. If I just made it a current list, I'd still have to deal with locations and placements because it's two different data types. The current list could always exist, which would simplify some of those operations. You'd still have to know which list because it's two different data types. For previous next operation, we'll have to switch on the current mode. We'll have to check focus object. I guess if it's like a... I've already kind of got the apply current. Apply to browse locations, apply to browse placements. I guess we just have to... If we had... Just have the operation to get... This map's in place. We want to do something with it if it exists. I guess you would effectively be a maybe, and then we would like with default to model command none. Browse update. So this gets the dictionary. Maybe map, dict update, maybe map route data F. You are a zipper. Yes, that would not be a zipper operation. Getting the current would be like a zipper A operation. That we only apply it if it's actually there. So a thing to get the current value. See, that's a dict to dict. It would have to be a little bit of a combination of that and this. Have to maybe into that as well. My other thing had the double... One of these operations. And maybe map 3 over span data server ID. Okay, that's for the fetch operation, even though span data sort of is implicitly dependent on that. So it would really only be a map 2. Because in order to have a current location, we have to have a focus object and data. It'd be a dix.get mapped to zipper maybe mapped to zipper current, but still possibly nothing. I can't just call it focus location. That's an action method. Okay, I know you're going to be model to browse location. You're going to be a maybe because they might not have it. All right, this is going to be the whole maybe.map2. Well, it is span data. There's stuff in span data. And ID. I might end up burrowing a little bit farther down. And if we have span data, then browse placements is there, but that entry might not be. Well, if model.data animated, as we just saw, because we have to. Oh, this is current location. Which of these we call is going to depend on animated. But this is just going to do dix.get ID in span data.browse locations. I could maybe map that. That's kind of interesting, actually. And then actually, if we reverse these, maybe .map2 goes over dix.get. And that is a remote data. Which has a with default and a map, but not something that can turn it into the necessary maybe type. We can do something to it, but we can't. I guess that's useful. I mean, I've kind of got the most of the cases, but a 2 maybe. Not actually called that yet. All right, so that all is a maybe of a remote data. And then maybe. Oh, another maybe. Which has to be exposed. Forgot to do the operator. Maybe. So this is already a maybe. Oh, dict.get is a maybe operation. Yeah. So we can't just map that through. Yeah, but it takes the return of this. There is no like and then to, which is what we need here. How do we do that? It wants a value. Would a with default nothing? Unwrap one level? Zipper of browse location. You said there's a maybe browse location. So that's the dict. That unwraps the But we're trying to apply an operation. It would still be, if we do remote data map, it would still be remote data. We could do the remote data map, or we could do the maybe map. It kind of doesn't matter. Focused object, browse placements. Placements. And since this is read-only, this could actually be expressed as something else, as a higher level function. So that would let you actually say, okay, get the current. I guess the only place we would actually need that as an argument would be, in fact, if we did a previous next operation. Right, we've been doing this by arguments so far. All right, so I don't have matching options. If model.data animated, then we want to attempt zipper.previous. Oh, I need the consequent model. And this won't be valid because it's not a... Zipper dot, focus browse placements. I guess I could just none the whole thing. Oh, you're probably an actual timestamp, aren't you? Yep, you're a POSIX. You know what? We don't have to do placement here. Okay. Okay, current location. That's a model, but we need to get focus location of the location that is current location of model. Is it current browse location? No, just current location. Oh, I probably haven't exposed it. All right, it's a maybe. Let's apply an argument. No, not quite. Well, that was awkward. Focus current location. Focus current placement. Oh, nope. Strike that, reverse it. We do the positive test on animated. I might be able to apply, in theory, I could apply similar logic to this, and well, no, because it's a data type. Previous next buttons. So you don't even need the tagger now. Nope. You do send specific messages, so you still care about type. Tagger shows up there for doing individual selection. And you can kind of tell it's moving. All right, and then this only needed items. To count it. So if we make this a list, which we did, and are we filtering currently? Where was relying on zipper? Oh, maybe I didn't change the declaration. Okay. So that 0. No, we're not changing that, but that was, yeah, that's about right. It was more than that. Yeah, 565. So about that checkbox. Are we? I don't think we're taking that option all the way through. Previous next buttons is showing that option. So we do have to give you another argument now. Show browse item. Browse probably tutorial. Checkbox checked. Still don't want to be able to change it, but I mean, you get another message. Which will make the update function wrong. This should be a pretty basic model update, actually. Maybe, well, it also has to do with next and previous in filtered lists. And maybe you'd want to do a jump there. Let's see, is that all the way through? Well, it's not even through yet. Model.browse probably tutorial. Model.browse probably tutorial. No, not that function. Show browse placements. spool. Browse probably tutorial. Oh. No, that's if it's included, then do everything. Okay, so it's the event responder then. Oh, no, I never configured the message. Oh, yeah, case in point, never configured the message. Checkbox. I mean, the scroll bar is a little bit annoying. The only thing about the pulling out previous and next is those have to consider that option. So zipper next. And that is not a super generic zipper function. No, the thing we pass through would be. But we'd actually have to give it a different option. Now, of course, then you have things like this, which we have a current item. But if we did a filtered goto, or a filtered next, that could just become an infinite loop. It seems so easy. All right, well, that's too much. It's long too much. View only, filter out, or list only. That's a zipper operation. Now, the effectively filtered zipper is not guaranteed to be non-empty. So next and previous are already... Oh. Oh, those are helpers for GoTo. Actually, I'm not sure that that has... Well, no, it tries forward, it tries backwards, and then it's done. I guess we might end up with a similar thing. Except our order of traversal would be different. All right. Basic GoTo. It's probably a no-op. Actually, maybe... Where's... We're going to have things like next. Next matching. We're at 0. There is a 1. Next. So the simple version of this. Actually, if this is just always true, that should be a thing. Oh, next matching. So we have next previous GoTo, which has next to and all right, next matching. Next matching is a function of an A to a bool. You've got a test. So that would make it trivially true. Next matching. So I guess this gives us some sense of what would it mean to never be able to find. Should it equal current? I guess it should equal current. I guess it could still equal next, but... Oh, next matching. Now we actually have to think about logic. Okay, so we're trying to go into the end. If there's something there, we get a new zipper. If there's not, then we try to wrap around to the other side. Well, right now we're only dealing with afters. So we're saying if there... This is... what is go to? Go to was we go there... Yeah, you know, that was go to a target. And I'm probably going to need my custom next to and, well, that was able to do an ordered search. So this is going to be like next. And maybe this level doesn't even need the inner. I see it's item. Else, I might need an inner function that can track its original start point. Because next will loop. All right, this can be built on top of other things. That might actually pass. Well, there's a one step. Okay. Oh, it doesn't like my as. We don't have a parenthesis. All right, we don't even have a failing test case yet. I see, this is always true, so now we actually have to get to something interesting. So I think that you need some kind of helper. Where we have a current value, or a starter value. And all this is actually going to do is going to be with a current zipper So then this one definitely does not need the explosion. Or do you do the next? Hey. I feel like I'm writing way too much code for what I wanted to accomplish. It's one of those things where the it looks easy, and then you just keep peeling back the layers and layers and layers, and it's like, oh, it has to do this, and that means it has to do this, and oh, this is a deeply nested data structure that's hard to work with. Probably some stuff I need to completely rethink sometimes. So current value, do I want to next that already? We have to next it at least once. And okay, so Firefox has crashed 3 times today. Gotta love that. And it's just like random crashes too. It's not like there's a trigger. This is the map of 1 hour, 1 life. I'm adding the ability to look at detailed object positions, some of which are way out in tutorial zone. That's probably not of too much interest to most people. And the current problem is that I've got these previous next things, but if I have a filter applied, then I need to skip those. So we can say, this was doing the next. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Or maybe its loop is next. So we're trying to alias that anyway. So this is going to say if. Yeah. We're testing this thing twice. Oh, we've actually got the current value because we blew it up. If x equals start, then that's the current value of it. So we would just return zipper and be done. Else, if test of our current value, if it matches, then this one is good. Else, start test zipper. So I guess right now this doesn't actually need these. Oh, how about next? Huh. Maybe it had to kill an infinite loop there. Let's see. Next matching. Oh, construct snake case. How's it going? Next matching wraparound. So we would go next, regular next once, then we would ask for 1. No, actually we'd ask for 0. All right, well that wasn't too bad actually. I just have to repeat it all for previous. All right, there's a lot of matching terms here. No, that was all of them. Okay, so that was always true, but, well, it would all be wraparound if I didn't, do that. All right, so then that's going to be 0. No, actually, no, this is going to be next. We're looking at previous, and then calling a function that doesn't exist yet. Next, so if we go next and ask previous matching false, we should be on 1. If we do several steps, we have to next twice. And then we want to find 0. And wraparound is actually fine in this case. So in theory, I could do a higher level function here because it's really just apply this operation. Might be getting a little bit too fancy. All right. Now there's just the application logic to swap out the appropriate function. So, boy, this is kind of a case explosion. I could keep this code a little bit nicer by doing like an always true. Actually, it is a little bit different, isn't it? Because if there's no matching thing, it will stay where it is instead of going forward. So here where I need to pull something out. Yeah. Browse placements. Oh, browse locations. And then back to the view. Yeah, it's exposing everything. Expose. Oh no, it must have been singular. Must have been singular after all. Okay. We need those functions. So the function we pick depends both on the animation status and on the tutorial status. And I guess it's next versus, yes, and potentially, I don't know if there's a good way to do this. I could swap out the always true for that. Or we do something like model dot, no, there's no inline, this has to be an if. Ooh, 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 ooh. Then we just go else, if it is, previous matching, browse location in tutorial. Not what I expect. Zipper browser location. Oh, right. Placements are first. Because we're doing the positive check for animated. And then you are next. Next. All right. S placement location. No, the next previous is previous next. All right, I'm being a little awkward to test. I probably should check the degenerate case. All right, so they're not even present, which means if we do previous, I get this backwards. Okay, so here's normal land. Oh, right, it had to be not. I was trying to put this thing in positive terms. To avoid the whole double negative thing, except now I have to be doing negatives everywhere. And I didn't know of a good way to express not in tutorial. And that's our positive option. Okay, let's select normal land. And that's in tutorial. All right, degenerate option. I mean, these are all in a line. And it just stays there because there is none. That is a screen full. Let's see, we're doing things like this. Focus location, focus placement, focus current placement. Require object search. Let's see. So this would be next browse item. Yeah, which of those we do is going to depend on which mode we're in. So I can't easily specify which operation is next. Actually, and this was previous browse item. Okay. All right, now, next browse item, previous browse item. So one's map, browse locations, browse placement versus browse locations, and which goes along with current placement. We've got next and previous. If I did it as matching with a always true, I might be able to turn that into some sort of parameter. But we've just kind of got this like three-dimensional case of which the functions break down one dimension. And this is variable along the placement location dimension too. So I just don't know how to break that down farther. I sometimes wish I had made the all my browsable things into some common data structure and just kind of ignored the time field. Let's see, next and previous respect. Tutorial option. I think my default is still set up here. Tutorial off. Oh, some of my jumps are going to just do like the first thing irrespective of that. I don't know if I want to worry about that much. So other stuff is other uses of the indexing. And as much as I'd like to wait until the basic search gets done, it may have impact on how we process our data. Because rather than like fetching a couple of things on every single page load, I'd like to have the data processing say, well, okay, here's the interesting objects. We're going to get one master list of that. Of course, then we have to figure out how to integrate that into everything else. Particularly since the parsers I have right now, well, they might just be throwing out the data. Yeah, the raw parsers actually do return an object ID. I just have to go through it and look for breaking points, I guess. And like kind of sort it all afterwards. I might be able to prototype that with the separate files and then consider making it one file to be kind of an optimization thing. Alright, so we've got all the stages of towers, all the apocalypses. This would be almost more like canned searches when we get into like the well as mine oil stuff. Apocalypses in progress are kind of a global server condition. I think the towers are interesting, or the bell towers are interesting because a town doesn't always get there. Sometimes it gets the bell right after it dies. But if you've got a fairly advanced one, that might be a sign of an interesting spot. Where oil was tapped, might be a little bit out from civilization. Where iron is tapped is probably going to be the newer places. Or the older places branching out. So what do we have in our snapshot? Half bell tower base, probably not going to be interesting. I guess ringing towers, but you get people going back and ringing the old ones a lot. A monument call log could be an interesting thing though. Unstable bell tower base. Wow, okay, so this is actually not the greatest time. We've only got, well, no, we've got a okay, yeah, we got all the halves. Got that one in partial completion. We've got that one part way up. And, oh, these are not sorted right now. Or they're sorted by some other arbitrary condition. These are supposed to be sorted by like tags or something though. Or I'd have to express a preference in the order so that I could try to use the most advanced one as a up and coming place. Or maybe I just want like the most recently advanced bell tower or something. So I would have to figure out all of those all of those IDs. All of the IDs that are of interest. And that one is also of interest. And if that looks good at a usability level, then I might want to stick all that stuff together into a single package for initial load. And those could be interesting things to use as default map positions. Oh, I guess one can, this is static. F bell tower, all the calls. Okay, so this is going to include stages of some other things. Oh, tower bell with rope. Oh, that's the bell. Slightly interesting, but... So these are the ones that advance through stages. Oh, that's like the intermediate step. They probably just gets immediately completed. Oh, monument done. Well, I mean, that would be the same as the most recent bell tower, so it's not going to be that much. Oh. Yeah, but these are already on the index, though. And this is... Those should be in the regular index. Yeah, right, that is known to the map, but it's a very old point. Well, no, because this is faded by real time. .2. Yeah, so ones that are getting close. Of course, yeah, if these are static image, I might want to go with... Well, yeah, these are animated, so these are things that happened in this time frame. Even though those are more numerous, things that happened recently are probably a better indicator of activity. Oh, we're going to have to be mind... Huh. That might actually be a special data set. It's like things that happened in this time frame, but we're doing location tracking and only giving you the latest version of it. All right, so note for next time is experiment with current data. Consider optimizing what works. And this is just a note, right? All right, so that's it for now. I want to get lunch. I need to do grocery shopping, probably some cooking tonight. Which might or might not preclude doing anything this evening. We'll see. I know one of the things I have in mind is not a super complicated cook. But thanks for watching. Thanks for support from the subscribers, voluntary and otherwise. Let's see what's on. Okay, let's see, that's a back soon. That's what I'm usually on. That one might be on break. Let me see. Yeah, I think that actually is taking like an exercise break or something. Let's see. It was an interesting stream when it was actually active. That looks like an away screen right now, though. All right, well, if you're looking for things cool to hang out, looks like Tejinta's working on his C++ stuff again. He's working on refactoring right now. So that might be kind of the same level of what I was doing, just refactoring in a different language. If you're looking for someplace cool to hang out, Tejinta's an interesting place to hang out. He does a lot of C++. He was doing some circuit board stuff a while back. Yeah. And then occasionally he goes in and does like other games too. But that's someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye and until next time.